There we go. Oh, hey, where am I? What's going on? Well, I know one thing. Was it? See, that I have an old injury. Damn it. All right, this one. Specification an arbitrator can throw a grenade that actually costs 0 AP. Oh shit. That one. Next. Arbitrator compare incoming ranged weapon. Okay. Oh. Arbitrator power resist first time in a round that back about build test time. Uh um can you guys stop moaning? I'm trying to read here. Oh, paired prosecution. That one. Oh, interesting. In that case, I don't really have a demo. Bring it up to 45. Why not? Pick must pass 8. All prone for. Let's do that one. That one involves kick. Kick is really helpful. Okay, I got. That one's combat area. There are no enemy. First attack and. Oh. Oh yeah, that one's good. Actually, wait, Fellowship. Uh, no, Fellowship's what I want him. Let him have weapons. All enemies ability re Ah. Let's do gruesome kill. Okay. Allies affected by any attack by power distance failed. Oh, that one. That one's good. Linchpin, huh? Now spend only a quarter of tactical. Here's the link. Oh, baby. Oh, that'll help out with Fellowship. Till the end of combat, enemies by never damage from all attacks of opportunity and cannot dodge them. 1 damage, 5. Oh. Power. Attacking penalty. Test. Gains an extra turn. Navigator. +5. 5. Oh. 2 extra turn. Then find Linchpin though. Oh, do that one. More tactical advantage. Like a lot of my guys have injuries. Maybe next time we get to the ship. Are we on the ship? Wait, no, we are on a planet. Attempt to establish first contact with Yabagama. Hostile reaction. Okay. Got it. We have here. Screen capture shows scrolling line over. headache.
Forge ahead, never linger.
They all the same thing? Headache, headache, headache. They're all headaches. Numerous wires and pipes run to the filthy filled with what like conglomeration of human bodies. You cannot make out who is in the cage. Bright blue sparks flash intermittently. Darkness. All the massive flesh twitches and shudders. That's cool. Heinrichs? Heinrichs casts a scrutinizing eye over one of the cages, before withdrawing his weapon and approaching to examine what lies inside. Heinrichs knows what he's doing. I'm gonna look at the cage closest. Through the metal bars, you see, it truly is a pile of human bodies, or something that used to be. The monstrosity deformed bodies have fused together in places, while others with saws and knives severed, leaving wounds seeping pus and slime, wounds that are gluttinating, sprouting tendon. Rods connected to the wires that run to nearby cogitator bristle across the flesh. One of the human heads turned to you. Mercy. Mercy. Even attempting to speak causes me pain, but he bears agony and forces out the words, mercy, make it stop. Alright, medicate. Success. You examine the pulsating mass of flesh. The creature in the cage seems to be composed of several bodies joined together. See no sutures or any other means by which the separated parts could have been connected. Among the layers of meat, you can discern large knots of muscle, various limbs, exposed bones, parts of faces, and entire heads. Only warp sorcery is capable of creating such an abomination while preserving its ability to live on. Shoot him in the head. The flesh explodes in a fountain of lumps, stinking spray, bone shards. Gaping wound closes in an instant. Different face emerges from fleshy depths in the place of the lost head. Mutant's body is pulsing faster, harder, as though the abomination's heart rate has spiked with fear. And a many-voiced moan rises from up from all of the other cages at once. Pain was felt by all who shared the mutant's horrific fate. What is this? Heinrich takes in his surroundings and once again fixes his attention on the contents of the nearest cage. I'm beginning to have some idea. The Lex mechanic mentioned the inhabitants of the levels had been imprisoned in their homes. Said some of them were brought here. The cultists did something to the poor people in their own home. Now they're studying the result. Lex mechanic talked about some kind of slag waste disposal. Chaos symbols on machine. They're the arch enemy. You seen anything like this before, Heinrichs? I've seen a great deal, Rogue Trader. That includes mutations caused by sorcery of the chaos. But what frightens me most is not their repulsive form, but what is hiding beneath it. A human soul in torment. Chaos never forgets to ensure its victims retain the ability to suffer. Alright. Lex Mechanic talked about some kind of slag waste disposal and chaos symbols on machines. What are the arch enemies doing to these people? To know the workings of dark sorcery means allowing corruption into oneself. Heinrich scowls. There are warp mutations, no doubt. Perhaps there was some side effect, and that is why they were brought here. Be connected to sensors and cogitators. Even fallen tech priests who have rejected the Omnissiah are driven by the perverted hunger for knowledge. Monstrously mutated, but still people. Yes, this is what warp sorcery has done to them, to be precise. I've seen many mutants whose features have been distorted under the effects of the arch enemy. But this is something beyond all imagining. Why are they hooked up to the cogitators? Are they, like, now part of the machine? Heinrichs carefully studies the screens of the computing machines. Lingua Technis. Corrupted by the scrap code? I'm sure. It's unlikely we will be able to extract anything of value from their data crypts. Thinking, Heinrich clenches his bites down on a knuckle. And then recoils when the mutant from the nearest cage reaches a hand out to him through the bars. You, a female face, watches you from within the gloomy cage. Even though half of her head has been turned into a mess of bones and lumpen growth, her single eye looks at you with surprising amount of intelligence. You promised us. Her words are echoed by other voices depth of the cages. Heinrich leans towards the cage, but at a sufficient distance to ensure that the mutant cannot reach him. Who are you talking to? What did they promise you? Who are they? You took us from the inferno. You promised us a reward. Her face contorts in a grimace, and the creature's lips stick together like melted wax. I'll be damned. They can still speak. They remember the people who did this to them. Heinrich balls his fist in powerless rage, then frowns in thought. Perhaps a little biomancy will allow us to draw the fragments of knowledge out of them, or it will trigger further changes. Not missing Pascal's sober interest in proceedings, which he is dutifully recording in a data slate, Abelard raises a brow. Esteemed Magos, these are your comrades. If I may ask, do you feel any compassion for them? Or, at the very least, regret? Regret for the losses that those poor people represent to the Adeptus Mechanicus? Negative. What I am currently observing is not my pet comrades, but merely their biologically functioning remains fashioned into a specimen of an unnatural perversion of technology. Toby had to scratch. I am under no directives to feel any affinity for such specimen. What do you want to do? My Seeker abilities allow me to affect the human body. It is one of the most effective tools to use against individuals who resist questioning. But if you're suggesting that I want it, I think you're getting a little ahead of yourself. Don't want to use it. The effect of the warp energy will likely lead to explosive reaction. I do not know the precise mechanism of this mutation. The result could be even more monstrous than the current state. All right, Heinrichs, let's go. You're only prolonging their suffering. If you don't want to use it, it could, well, make things worse. We're not going to do it. Heinrichs nods. I am inclined to relieve their suffering. Every moment of existence in such a state is pure torture for the people locked in the... Seems to me your mind is already made up. People need deliverance from their suffering. Heinrichs wavers for another moment and leans over the cogitators. Each mutant has cables attached. I may not know the nature of these machines, but it isn't too difficult to increase the voltage. Ah, this switch here. You hear a crackle of electricity, the wires glow with blue sparks, and the creatures locked in the cages drop lifelessly to the floor. Sharp tang of burned meat hangs in the... That's that then? But do you know what bothers me, Rogue Trader? The number of people here. There are too few. Lower levels of similar manufactorums are inhabited by millions. What happened to the rest of them? Heinrich shakes his head. I know I won't like the answer. Let's go. We still haven't done what we came here to do. Well, at least we ended their suffering. Open the door! Magnum, what are you doing? Yeah? Yeah, we're just looking around right now, Magnum. Hell. Data vault. Massive cogitator grows out of the metal bulkheads like a grotesque tumor. Hollow roar sounds from deep within the metal housing. Whoever spurred the computer into action, it has enough power to supply a small command center. As soon as your eyes fall upon the cogitator, you feel a tingling in your temples. Every nook, every component of the machine radiates a sense of wrongness. One that is difficult to explain but no less palpable. It is as though the construct itself defies the laws of physics and perspective. Heinrichs makes a warning gesture, his voice ringing slightly with tension, threaded with disquiet. Stop, arbitrator Rohal. This is a creation of the arch enemy. Don't go near it. You have done enough for me and my mission. Don't put yourself at risk now. Heinrichs, then as Heinrichs takes another step toward the cogitator, it emits a deafening shriek like hundreds of metal needles driving in. toughened glass as though sensing the stranger. Wincing, Heinrich approaches the control panel and bends down toward the screens. Despite the heat clog in the room, you feel an ice-cold breeze. Heinrich is clearly using his psycho abilities to try to fend off the pernicious effects of Chaos Artifact. The Omnisci's grace has not touched this object. This mechanism was not desecrated but born flawed and unnatural. Iron most profane. Pascal unhurriedly produces a data slate. Initiating observation log. Let not fear stand in the path of knowledge. Be right back, chat. Be right back. Alright. I don't think I should approach the cogitator. I should probably let Heinrichs do his thing. I'll keep my distance and wait. Minute passes, then another. You watch Heinrichs examine the cogitator. His eyes scan the screens, his hands darting from the rear reel to the lever. Sometimes hovering uncertainly over the next switches. Immediately receives a coating of frost. At some point you hear his voice, almost a whisper, barely audible above the clanging roaring of machine. Sacrifices. More and more sacrifices every minute. Heinrich looks at you, his eyes darker now, appearing almost black in his white face. Hecatomb determinans. The womb of the cursed machine is down on the lower levels. The auxiliary enumerator controls the system for delivering molten waste under Manufactorum's main building. Cogitators fueled by the energy harnessed from thousands of people who are flowing beneath our feet as slag waste as we speak. Oh. But I cannot even imagine the reason for sacrificing all these people. It's inconceivable. Now we know why the Fabricator Center prized this monster so highly. First Tech Priest and his associates created something that went beyond the limits of the Omnissiah's power. This machine was designed to process myriad possibilities using warp sorcery. Okay. It has almost finished its task. It predicts the future, Rohal. Are you alright, Heinrichs? Tries to muster a reassuring smile, but comes out looking more like a grimace. I'll be fine. How's that even possible, Heinrichs? How can it predict the future? Do not attempt to gain any insight into the essence of the machines corrupted by the archenemy, at least not if you value your soul. I have encountered the heretics' mechanical abominations before. Truly fathom their natures to allow a particle of death into your heart. Heinrichs is silent for a few moments. But the fruit they bear, no matter how abhorrent their instruments, fruit they bear could be useful. You intend to let a creation from beyond the veil do what it was designed to do? Iliad stares at Heinrichs in astonishment. Is it not your calling to protect your kind from schemes and temptations of Stalin Thresh? Stalin Thresh. I cannot understand this, Xenos. Knowing one's enemy is the path toward destroying them. If, in order to prevent countless future calamities, I must perpetrate one of my own, such as my duty to the Golden Throne. Iliad remains silent for a while, her head tilted to one side. Not only do you not keep watch over your kin, you even sacrifice your own souls to your dead god. It is astonishing. Heinrich's clouded gaze suddenly clears and he glares at the cogitator. No, the cult's filthy ravings are not worth that. Your influence has made Heinrichs more merciful. What we can extract from its storage drives will be enough. Uh. Alright, we need to stop the cogitator for the sake of the people still alive down there. Influences me. I almost succumbed to the arch enemy's old trick. The lure of the unattainable. Primary of all the traps that chaos sets for unwary souls. Oh, hey, I helped out Heinrichs. Oh. 1 second, chat, 1 second. Denied. Eh. Heinrich's movements are exact and purposeful. Unlike his earlier operation for the cogitator, one after another, the cogitator screens begin to fade to black, and the roar coming from inside the machine quietened to a barely perceptible howl, in which you imagine you hear notes of dejection. Heinrichs bends over the keys and flinches as if from an electric shock. His head snaps back unnaturally, and you see his lips moving. The cogitator lets out a roar that growls louder by the second. What the hell?
Obliterate you.
Screamer of Tzeentch! Tzeentch! Of course the Mechanicus would, like, work with Tzeentch. The Keeper of Secrets, Changer of Ways. Alright. Pascal, you'll be safe here. I can now spawn next to this guy. Abelard. Why don't you come here? You. That's only half cover. It's not really a sniper spot for you. Oh, whatever. That's good enough. Heinrichs, you can stay right there. Cassia. Study the mutants closely. Oh. Start the battle. Pascal. Front line. Back line. Rear.
Requests approved. sire knows all, comprehends all.
Oh ho ho!
Running binaric override.
This is. There we go. I basically just prepared everything.
The road take it.
Hey! Ow! Okay, now you're being a dick. Oh shit, the warp is in power right now.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Too bad. Yeah, get them.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Herald of Zinch? You attacked your own kind? Alright, Earliet.
I understand your intent.
Can't see him. Okay.
I am not your Xenos pet monkey.
What is that? Deals 7 extra damage. Let's over penetrate.
If I must.
Boy!
Tedian ancestors guide me!
Damn! You almost killed him. My turn. Burn, bitch! I got a ring. Sentence you to death. Heinrichs.
Anyone expect this? Let's set this in motion. I know what to do.
Get him. I can't shoot this guy? Oh. There we go.
As said, so done.
Good boy. I guess I can only do it with the shotgun.
Easy.
All of them again.
How it's done.
Now am I on fire? I can't do it to myself.
They won't expect this.
There you go, Heinrichs. I buffed you up.
This is in motion.
Ah, missed. Ha ha ha, tear gas, you motherfuckers. Holy shit. Alright, Heinrichs. We are already past warp abilities. Make this
For
dude
the throne's
your
glory.
arch enemy. I mean, he is your arch enemy. Can't do any warp. Can't do any warp.
But of course, Lord Captain.
Harry. Just
Let's
endure.
see to it.
Then, actually, I should have you. I should really have you like.
I won't object to it.
Haha. Parry and hit.
Naturally.
All right, Abelard.
At your beck and call.
Need to get that down lower.
Indeed. At your beck and call.
Hoi!
Victory!
Huh.
Reduced to dust.
Nice. Nice, Abelard. Dodge. Pascal.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable. Running by Narek override.
This could kill him. And it did. It killed him. Oh ho ho. Loser. Haha, parry. Didn't know I had a dog right here? Alright, Cassia.
If I may,
You may. Now, how many? 44.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
That only hurt you that much? I mean, like, that's still a lot.
I am a
47 to
navigator,
105.
not
Hooyah!
a servitor.
Oh man, that really had to hurt, didn't it? That really. Again! Mindfuck!
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Haha! Jackass. Get him! Get him, boy! Kill him! Apprehend him! Ow! Alright. Juliet, get over there.
I understand your intent.
Let's do this one. Fucking
If
just
it
murder
serves your
him.
cause, hear you moving no more. That is beneath me.
What? I can't make an extra attack? Never mind. Okay, now. Alright, let's. Let's sentence him to death.
I know what to do.
Then let's kill this guy. You get this guy. Then you bite this guy. Yeah, this guy.
So done.
Holy shit. One hit him. Heinrichs.
Let's see.
Kill this guy. Make him your
For
arch
the
enemy.
throne's glory.
Then charge the
I
motherfucker.
won't object to it.
There we go. Oh, well, hey, why don't you just,
Be gone.
kill him again? There we go. Oh, jeez. Heinrich stares at the smoldering ashes of the demon. and then at the destroyed cogitator. The furrow in his brow slowly smooths out. His face looks almost contented. Creation of chaos is no more. I hope the Fabricator Center did not have time to pass the secret associates. I hope that the survivors down on the lower levels can hold on until we liberate Kiava-Gama. Elliot looks at Heinrichs. There's more wisdom in you than I thought at first. One must never touch what was created by... I can do without the Xenos moralizing. Know your place. A momentarily unfurrowed brow quickly tenses again. I never forget it. Monkey. Yeah, you did the right thing. The people who survived this disaster will continue to serve the Imperium. Yes. They have not been touched by corruption. I hope that when you come to decide the fate of this world and its inhabitants, you consider the fact that unfortunates also include those who have not been touched by chaos. Heinrich's eyes settle on you. Let's thank you, Rohal. Without your help and cooperation, I doubt I would have reached the depths of Kiava-Gama and learned behind my ancient patches and ports. Never have ended up here. Never have succeeded in hampering the cult's activities. There I hope, esteemed interrogator, that your keen interest in the Von Valentius world has been satisfied? Oh, apart from the fact that the world is still seized by the archenemy's corruption, populace infected with heresy, and the once sacred machines of the Manufactorum have been turned into weapons against humanity. Quite satisfied, yes. My business on Kiava-Gama is concluded. Time to return to my mission that brought you, time to return to the mission that brought you to the industrial world. The only thing I ask of you, audience, when you return to the ship. Bows his head to signal that the conversation is over. Alright, Heinrichs, no problem. No loot? None?
Let's see this through.
Nothing? Hey, boy. Nothing. Okay. To the
Onward
outside.
to victory.
Void ship. Void ship. I think I've fully and successfully gotten everything and done everything here. Oh, My servitors are still with me. Hey, where were you guys when we went in that one place? Servitors. Anyone else feel that shake? What the fuck? What the hell happened? Sharp pain pierces your head and the light dims in your eyes. You smell smoke and burning. You feel a wave of nausea. Your legs buckle and your knees hit the metal floor. In that same moment, the manufactorum surrounding you disappear. A whirlwind of mist, ash, and gray shadows. Struggling against the elements, you can barely raise your head. Look your eyes. Raise your head to look. Your eyes sting and burn, but through the tears you see it, a colossal silhouette rising above you. Roaring tempest is unable to shake the mighty figure. Alright, always gotta try. Failed. Writhing in pain, you raise your head and hear... Oh, Jesus, look at this guy. Rolling in the darkness, make out figure's features. It is a huge man clad in dark power armor, from which demonic silhouettes snarl at you. Wind picks up and you close your eyes, unable to stare into the face of its raging tempest. Urlon, the cruel. Warriors in human eyes bore into you. I am the master of those who have been felled by your hand in the halls of the primordial truth. I am Urlon, the cruel. The souls of my followers return to the fount of power they served, crying out for me to cast my gaze toward the sacrilege. And what do I see? Yet another lackey of the corpse emperor. Giant's voice causes a storm raging around you to die down somewhat. As if the very sound of his enough to make the wind subside. Glance at the huge warrior and notice that on his chest, winding azurism. Shades of blue seemed to glimmer and mingle together. I am the sovereign of Kiavagama. This is my world, not a dominion of chaos. Oh, clinging to the illusions will do you no good. Rituals have already been performed. The mortals are already singing the litanies of the primordial truth, or decorating the sacrificial altars with their flesh. Kiavagama, as you call it, is already saturated in the nectar of the truth. A fate that awaits all worlds that would stand in our way. Where are we? What do you want with me? Wait. This is the bridge that connects our minds, created by the will of my slave, whose fate you should be envying. The psyker is useful enough to me to be left alive. You less so. What do you want with me? Want to look upon the one who has disrupted my flock's duties and my master's plan. The warrior from my lineage, my legion, sorry. The fabricator censor. You think their deaths and triumph? You think their deaths as a triumph? However, it is but a minor hindrance on our path. There are other worlds that serve our goals. There are other sources of plasteel and adamantine. Revel in your victory. It will change nothing. I will revel in it. Okay. Nevertheless, the blood in your veins whispers to the spirits that you warrant a closer look. Yes. You are a descendant of the rogue trader whose warrant Conrad Voigtveer sought to obtain. By defiling the relic and binding it to himself with feathers of the Empyrean, he was meant to become my servant, rogue trader who would do the work of the truth. But then you interfered. Could it be that you wish to gain the true God's favor instead? Do you wish to represent the corpse's relic to me and serve the truth? Hear your fairy blood calling, begging you to submit to me. What would be the point of futile defiance? Rise to my feet. Come on, I can do it. Yes! Conquering the weakness and pain straining in every muscle in your body, you slowly rise to your feet, straighten, and stare Erlon straight in the eye. He smiles, but there is no mirth in his eyes. Only malicious curiosity, the kind of which one looks at an insect with its wings torn off. This isn't your first time meddling in the deeds of the world bearers. You were there on Rykad Minoris, and so I want to know if you hold in your hand that which is not yours to hold. And you will tell me yourself. He utters a few words in an unknown tongue over his shoulder, and you feel your head being clamped by an unseen vice. Feel your blood start pumping alarmingly, temples, an increasing pace as wind knocked out of you. But then the drumming in your ears quiets. Your heart was about to leap out of your chest, slows its rhythm. It appears I'm not the only one who appreciates the value of a pet psyker. I will make good use of your watchdog when my servants get to you. Especially since, he bares his teeth and chuckles, especially since the soul of your leashed sorcerer has already been marked by my lord. Gust of wind sweeps Erlon's figure away without a trace. Mist around you begins to dissipate, revealing the dark halls of the Manufactorum and leaving behind an oppressive sense of powerlessness. Heinrich is standing beside you, white as a sheet, his eyes wide, grimacing. The air around him seems to roil, though the phenomenon passes almost immediately. He begins to speak, his voice sounds hoarse and cracked. That was not easy. Quit dawdling, Heinrichs. Abelard peers over Heinrich's shoulder, looking agitated. I can't lose a second rogue trader in such a ridiculous span of time. Oh, your lordship, you've come to thank the throne. I sense the presence of another psyker. Someone made contact with you mentally, tried to harm you with sorcery. Did what I could. You at least appear unharmed. Can you remember what you saw? It was a Chaos Space Marine. One of the traitors to the Imperium. I don't think it was he who touched your mind. I wouldn't have had the strength to go up against a psyker from the ranks of those monsters. Might have forced some mortal to do his bidding. Perhaps it was through the same hapless medium that he sensed the deaths of his henchmen. Emmerich looks away and frowns. Such indescribable power. I've reached out to your mind at such a distance. He said something about Theodora and the blood in my veins. Some bullshit like that. Stares at you, whether in surprise or in anger. Don't know. Then he a curt nod. I see. Can theorize later. Although I will say, Arbitrator Rohold, that his words do not leave much room for interpretation. Manufactorum around you as before the vision. Shadows have grown a little deeper and darker. You dust yourself off and continue on. The industrial heart has fallen to corruption by numerous faint Vox signals from the periphery indicate that the planet's small manufacturing clusters survived without succumbing to the heretics. Sacred machines and hallowed lathes from these abodes have been reverently transported. Safety of the ship holds. Beta Kiavagama hangs in the balance. Ancient machinery, ancient energy core. Restore the Manufactorum in the shortest possible time without subjecting the wounded planet to merciless purge. Blast furnaces are lit again. Machines once more fill the air with screeches and squeals. The mag trains of wagons stretch in lines from the one workshop to the next. But the cogitators by Narek chants carrying alarming rumors of malevolent and foul traces of corruption still lurking in the chambers of Factorum. Weapon Augustin. No mechanisms? Wait. Oh, I get mechanism. There we go. Okay, projects. First, boots. Heretic follower. Don't think we're gonna do that. Factorums of Kiavagama have been damaged and tainted by the of the heretic Delphim. Renowned tech architect, the Aristocat Barabbas Kilius, offering to enter rogue trader services as planetary steward and restore the world to its former production capacity. One plasma weapon. I could give that to who? For all colonies. Great trials are ahead and we must steel ourselves to face them. The rogue trader will sign a mutual aid agreement with the Quaestors. Departamento Unitorum. These outstanding theoreticians, warfare will advise the repurposing of the planet's manufactorums for the production of weapons, their equipment, the jaws of lathe machine, and the wombs of alloy vats. Soulless plasteel will take on its highest and most perfect form, that of a weapon. Calculating holiness. For generations, the Adeptus Mechanicus have been custodians of the machinery and cogitators of Avagama. Recognizing the value of the tragedy-stricken world, they are willing to employ Forge Cathedral on it as a token of sympathy. Therein, the blessed fabricator sent Fortran will envision and lay out a new and more perfect design for the planet. Mechanism weapon. complacency mechanism, weapons. Not that one. And security. I think we need security on this planet. Points of interest detected. The doesn't it always say points of interest? Oh, contracts. The Lamesta, Lamesta 1 post, causing problems for Darganist trade for you, affecting merchant. Number of systems, including those from mining world. Lactica. Only some pirate were motivated enough to blast this torpedo. I would lose profit factor, but I would gain adamantine, chemicals, provisions, mechanism, weapon. Yeah, let's do it. Serious figure. Roll. Okay. Stars. Void. On footfall about and carrying out raids on inhabitable footfall, eh? Footfall. Okay, we got claim what was lost. Capital on home of the world. Okay. Okay, well actually, back to the bridge. Alright. Where is Heinrich? Heinrich.
To what do I owe this visit?
Oh, jeez. Are you satisfied with the results of your mission on Kiavagama?
Of course. The Fabricator Sensor's machine was stopped. Not another soul will be sent into the mouth of the archenemy. In time, we will succeed in uncovering and stopping other schemes of the cult. We dealt a blow not only to the cultists, but to the archenemy itself. I cannot help but be pleased.
Alright. Try it.
I touched the corruption of the archenemy. Did you honestly think the experience could somehow be a pleasant one? Psychers, even sanctioned ones, even those who have performed all the rituals, passed all the initiations, we are all gateways to forces hostile to humanity. I survived a difficult battle on Kiava Gamma, one that was invisible to others and potentially fatal for myself.
What are you going to do next?
My visit to Kiava Gamma did not produce answers to all my questions, but we did succeed in dealing a blow to the cult by destroying the Fabricator Sensors machine.
Yes.
I have directed my
We did.
spies to track the sect's surviving leaders. I am certain that they will have useful information for us soon. Though small, this is a victory for the Golden Throne, and I have you to thank for it.
Thank you. I think that'll be all for now. If you still need help, we are glad to help out the Inquisition.
Thank you for finding the time for our conversation.
Alright. Greetings, greetings. Lord Captain's quarters. Need to take my absolutions. Alright. Wish to see someone from my retinue? I wish to talk to my seneschal. Abelard claps his hands together in a businesslike manner, and there's an ominous glint in his unaugmented eye. Lord Captain, what a fortunate rarity to find you at leisure. Since you have nothing else to occupy your time, I will give you the lecture on history of Van Valencia. I would not be doing my duty if I did not start from the beginning. You know what? Enlighten me. As I was saying, we shall begin the origins of the noble lineage. Logic test failed. No! It was lost cause to commit contents of Abelard. Okay. After an hour, names, dates, it all becomes incomparable. That's enough for today, your lordship. Permit me to leave while you contemplate what you've learned. If I do my ablutions again, can I... Adira. Takes a draw from her own hookah. Playfully bows a few, blows a few smoke rings. Lounges lazily. This is nice. 5 of my cabins could fit in here. I don't get And don't get me started on the rusty nook I call a shower. I'm pretty sure you didn't call me here just so I'd die of envy, did you? Okay, tell me a joke. What's the difference between a warp storm and a dispute at the Septus Administratum? Erotic organization of the Imperium responsible for levying tithes, forming countless. At least there's a chance of a warp storm. The chance a warp storm might end. Know any more? How many tech priests does it take to change a lumen? 3. One to wave a censer, one to pray to the Omnissiah, and the third to servitors serve to do all the work for them. Servitorize. Alright, one final joke, make it a good one. What do you call an unsanctioned psycher's cabin? An emergency airlock. That will be all. You may leave. Have a nice soak, Lord Captain. Alright, finish my absolutions. I'll make it safe. Start new routes. +1. Alright, visit. I must know of all the planets in my sector. Scan. Prometheus. I have 8. Give me 7. Damn, okay. Hive City. Sentinel's pride hives are oozing noxious haze veined with severe streaks. Prometheum. Oh. Oh. Yikes. Oh, sorry. I had to take care of a notification. Sentinel's pride hives. Okay. Fumes are form gigantic and distilling cauldrons located from cauldrons beyond the temperatures. Vast, endless deadlands littered with spots of Promethean stations and refineries separate the colossi of Rockcrete and Amantine with a town of gargantuan spires. Heat of the system star has turned this world into a boiling but lucrative gland within the body of the House Corda Protectorate. Hard to tell what's more impressive: grotesque grandeur, this place, or its extreme toxicity. Only 2 adamantine. Nope. Warp jump was unusually hectic. The recent attack of Scrap Code disabled many sacred machines malfunctioning. Algorithm showed no sign of failure until the vessel departed real surrendered itself into the of souls. Only the navigator's talent of tireless tech priest. Ethereum released us from the script this time. Not enough navigator. Officers, Fist of Justice has taken damage. Officers on one of the lower decks stopped providing status reports. 3 days had passed since the box system broadcasted anything other than wet slapping noises. And Forcer squad sent to investigate reported that denizens lower levels had regressed to animals and succumbed to depravity. Connection with the squad was shortly lost. A high minute of the Adeptus Ministorum became flush with fury and condemned these as designs of the archenemy. The hotbed of heresy cleansed with fire and prayer. Perils of the warp prevented the vessel from returning to real space. Chart new routes. 1. What in the fuck? Okay, nothing on this planet, I guess. Plasteel. Cancel. Only give me 2 plasteel. Mining world has been cataloged as normal. No rare or valuable deposits have. Take care of the enemies of humanity, as we must.
You are going to do battle with them in this crude vessel.
Ow.
We have lost the shield. Let us not lose our zeal.
You absolute piece of shit. Okay. Perfect.
Initiate the barrage! Macro cannons fully!
Okay, perfect. Both abilities of one selected post. Boarding party. Okay, most of the enemies are over there. Launch torpedoes. Then laser this fucker.
Commence lance fire!
Oh ho ho!
Purify the battlefield!
Ram into him!
Your crude shield technology is insufficient to weather this storm.
The rear. And then I think that's it. Okay, well, let's take control of these. Let's just have you explode. And then there we go. Fire lasers!
Batteries!
Alright. What is this? Promethium mortars?
Fire at will!
But unavailable. That's about warp wave. There we go. The front of the ship, please. Launch torps.
Deploy torpedoes!
Let's launch our laser.
Commence lance fire!
Then Promethium.
Macro cannon, volley!
Promethium mortar. Then... Oop. We just fire upon him.
Destination locked in.
Fire! Fire again!
Purify the battlefield.
We will set our... Go. Aha, shields. Shields. Okay. What the fuck is that? Explode?
Detecting a vulnerability in the enemy's defenses. Adjust heading. Direct our course.
Get away from that. Perfect. Why can't I go there?
Torpedoes! Let the enemy burn!
Ho ho ho! Fire!
Cannon! Volley!
A barbaric display. I'm surprised we survived.
But it was a good display. Okay, so there. Lord Captain, we are passing a construct marked on the star chart's a dimensional gate. Our augurs are not showing any suspicious energy reading. Device is dormant. Thank the Emperor. What is this gate? An ancient Xeno artifact older than humanity itself, judging by its design. This gate leading somewhere, possibly straight into the wicked abyss of the Awarp, considering all the nasty shit roam around here. Any captain, Lady Ship Theodora included, have tried to reveal its secrets, but it seems that no one can figure out how it works. Good for them, if you ask me. What was Theodora interested in? Lady Ship didn't exactly share her plans with us, always kept them close to her chest, but I'll go on a limb and say she was ways to open the gate and see on the other side. The cognizance Cognizance fleet conducted its own analysis of the Xeno artifact. All records of the expeditions to the site were added to the operation catalog. Nasty in what way? I don't want to repeat rumors, and I don't know the truth, but it was bad. There was a word of ships, even whole trade convoys disappearing. Captain started avoiding the system until eventually Lord Inquisitor came here and made short work of it. Hasn't been much in the way of rumors ever since. Actually, the Inquisition made sure Voidsmen kept their mouths shut. Whoever the gate used to spew out must have been profane and a danger to humanity. Okay. Report received. Live to serve, Lord Captain. I wish to study the construct. Lord Captain, I would advise against approaching the gate. The Inquisition has declared the entire area around it off limits, packed it with mine. Our augurs won't be able to detect them. Okay, ignore the constructs. We're done, end dialogue. Alright. Well, that was fun. Warp travel. Alright, rank 2. A cure for sloth. Grimy mat. Obedient. Chemicals and build these reckless plant-based make commoner for purposeless pastimes. Following projects must be in the following. I guess I don't have enough of that. Reputation, patient. I bring woeful news, Lord Captain. Prelate Hectatus, the Order Hammer, has passed away. Immediately after the launch of the orbital Vox Spire, he entered the halls of the recording, and having sat on the command throne, was granted a vision. For over 3 days, Prelate Hectarchius preached about Saint Cognatius being incarnated in the body made from the holy relics. Spiritual feet depleted Prelate Hectarchius strength and peacefully departed the Emperor's throne shortly after the Order's elders believed this to be a sign that the Saint Cognatius relics currently stored on planets throughout the alliance must be brought together. Order is preparing for the election of state under whose guidance it will undertake the holy mission. Majority of the votes are divided between Pyrrhus Lugnalia, well known for her fervor, merciless, celer, merciful, Celer icon. Minority of the order sees anonymous Ignis, a humble and reasonable prelate. Does his death not strike you as odd? I'm afraid it does not. The esteemed Hectarctius began his service as a battle missionary and has long grown weary of the peaceful life befitting a man of his status. He yearned for a worthy spiritual feat, and when presented with the chance to serve as the voice of a saint, he gave what little strength remained. When he died, he exhausted but content. Alright. I need an obedient prelate, such as Brother Nigmus. I will inform the conclave of your decision, and the order will be won't be able to ignore such a compelling profit factor up. Nigmus has been chosen as the prelate of the order. His careful policy is far more oriented towards satisfying greater than selecting cognitive relics. Our Captain Tech Priest have made a sinister discovery on Kiavagama, a blasphemous machine built at the behest of the Delphim. Mechanism is capable of picking up the whispers of the warp. It occasionally transmits coordinate binary melody to nowhere in particular. Encrypted data. Other threats have been detected. Seems to be functional side effects. Of course, the idea of using a machine instead of astropaths to contact the voice tempting, but machine is corruption. Fuel tanks are provide soul objects. It has enough for now, but someday it will have to be refilled. Patience. Fish. It will have to be refilled. Efficiency is already at 0. I can't do -1. What does my retinue think? On behalf of the Inquisition, I hereby declare a ban on any contact with this device. It must be removed and given to our acolytes. Normally that would be all, but I will explain further. Out of respect for you, the Inquisition can reap benefits from this heretical machine. Trained acolytes are able to keep vigil, carefully listening, dark whispers, without succumbing to the corruption. He could discover their plans and warn the rogue trader whenever any threat loom over his domain. Demons wanted us to hear their vile speeches. Let them hear our righteous cry. Let me summon a most zealous preachers who would dedicate their lives and zeal to reading a litany of fury and rage to Fiend. Let the inhabitants of the warp hear our voice and fear us. This blasphemous creation must be anathematized and deconstructed. The name of total knowledge acquisition. Principles of its operation must be inspected beforehand. Great secret. Requesting the right to investigate the heretical device before disposing of it. Place in the otherworldly. Nice Heinrichs. Give me security and otherworldly observer. Placency, Drusian's Emperor's voice. Persuasion. Placency, Drusian's. This one. So be it, Argenta. Take the warp with wrathful sermon in honor of the Emperor. May the wicked cower in fear. Invited preachers, strict and stern, started to take ship, citing a formidable litany about the inevitable victory of the Emperor in the Voxcaster. Angry words flew straight into the immaterium, reverberated ears of the spirits that inhabited it, unable to hide from its righteous diatribe. Whenever one of the preachers perished, another would take their place. There was no shortage of volunteers. Weapon security. Starbreaker Lance. Range. .40 micro 14 shot. Bullet has 50% start and fire. Additional development boost. Okay. For travel. I have magnetic form. Visit. Blessing. Want to look at catalog. Patient. Okay. Void Aldarian trophies. Cool. Only have one ship component? Here we go. Oh. I don't have any Eldari. I have a bunch of heretic. Trade. Opponent. Trade. Alright, trading. It's the same thing, but mine's better. I need to increase my profit factor. What the fuck's going on in Footfall? Around the colossal passion. Let's do Uh. Awareness. Perception. Else. Emperor protects. Time effect. Wait. Coming down. Okay. Time effect. Heard it. This dude doesn't hurt. Oh. Medicaid is high. Carnival. Target that. Prior. Ah. Isn't. I think this one. Round reduce armor. Okay. Mission bags. Well, let's do ability. demolition. Target of attack the wait, no. This one. Attacks made on others. Damage.
Marching ahead.
Oh, the cultist in shadow quarters is cleared out. Faction reputation. Hear that the pirate Dens Bellardo, parishioner, that he vowed the Jerusalem. It is. Over the course of his life, that reprobate had burdened his soul with many vile and egregious acts. His confessions were akin to catechism, listening humankind's vices and enormity. It's all the more painful for him to realize that all of his heinous acts he had committed, that one of them had been forgotten by the Emperor. Dens Bellardo was afraid of death and that which would await him after. He hoped to atone for his misdeeds, yearned to convince, if not the Emperor, then himself at least, that he had been more than a conscious speck of malignant mold entire life. I see. May the soul of Dens Bellardo, for his unworthy servant, one day be cleansed through suffering. Alright, what can you roll? Imperial Scroll. Lore of the Imperium. Whoa! My reputation hasn't been... Oh, okay, fine. Hide untradeable. Holy gifts, jewelry. Miscellaneous is the last. Ascending order? Holy gifts, jewelry, ship components. That's what I'm looking for. Go trading. Wow. Alright, buy all available. Cruciator malt. Chainsaw. Heavy bolter. I know who that's going to. Power claymore. Attack in combat cannot be parried or dodged. Where it gains 15% bonus. Dealt damage for this. Okay, accept. Okay.
This is unacceptable.
What? Equipped by this character. Does her strength need to be at 60? Pattern last. Okay, fine. What about? There you go. Look at that. Look at that beautiful weapon. Type of build. All right, I can do that. Damage is fine. Okay. Got it. Give you the cloak of retribution. There we go. That's much better. Where is an over? This data grants logic. All toxic For the Imperium. I don't think there's anything else to give. Plus 15 medic. Not. There you go. House. Oh. Mo- Go. What is your strength? Strength at 30. Need it to be at 60. Fuck me. Alright, fine, whatever. Alright. Football is great if they never built. Turret that would have curves at Chapel Passions. Serves as the chapel for Saint. Oh, lemon. Good girl. Uh,
Venture forth.
this the chapel?
Forge ahead. Never linger.
Too big. From Smith's Guild. Serves at Chapel of St. Is this your chapel? Temple path open life of Moloch. All the bustling, blooming, wilting. Here I can see their vile urges, foul hopes, flashes of charity. If I were in the habit of locking myself in a temple, I would have made time to massacre subjects of Agama. No, truth resides in the golden halls, but in air among the halls are home to far filthy. Questions about faith? Ration stuff. Apple. Kind of looks like it could roll. Not really. Oh, hey. Picture. Nice.
Let's see this through.
We're on the right path. See, for the place, all quay large. All quay large win. Fossil statue carved. Destroyed. All quay large win. Remember the place. All quay large win. Okay. All quay large win. The quay. I think it would be better if I knew what a quay was. Concrete, stone, or metal platform lying along. Loading and unloading. No water here. Except for the vast sea of space. All quay, large windows. All altars, but
Marching ahead.
all quay, large windows. I would think this would be a quay. All rising platform eating into water. Ah! Answer is close seeker. Remember the word realizing. Okay, I'm realizing this is a wild goose chase. Remember the place. Tunnel in the shadow of a bridge. Bridge in the shadow. Great statue. Tunnel in the shadow of I grab that? Actually, the old tunnel in the shadow quarters. Ah, the shadow quarters. The rest of Footfall. Let's go, team. Okay. Shadow of a tunnel. Shadow of a bridge. Shadow of a large statue.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
Artemis teach path of. Okay. Pascal.
This Explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Shadow of statue.
Venture forth.
Over there.
Wait, what did you see? Ah. Someone's spilt water here. Hasn't had time to dry. Oh, it's Horsley. Oh, the guy flipped. Ah.
Forge ahead. Never linger.
Hear a sound of falling objects behind a thick metal, followed by angry hissing. Quiet, I said. Quiet! Before someone finds us. I don't know who I found. Do I mean you no harm? Please have mercy, don't kill us. We're not infected, I swear. Them. They're to blame. It's them. Who are they? Who's to blame? I'll tell you everything, just please spare our lives. We know where the disease came from. Oh. You do. You know. Another coughing fit interrupts the woman's words. It's them. Those damn mutants. And they have a hideout somewhere under our block. We used to see them sulking in the shadows all the time. Two families who died first, they had dealings with them, traded something. They got caught with some mutant blight. I know they did. Mutants are very tough. They're always sick with something, but they don't die of it. But ordinary people definitely do. Got lucky though. We're alive. We're getting by. The disease couldn't claim us. I'll verify your claim about these mutants. Not lying. Look for their entrance. It has to be close by. Goodies.
The machine god grants me insight.
Need no rulers or leaders. Not force of nature. Okay, 100%.
Just as I was taught.
Dead, covered in ulcers and several wholesome mutations. Mutant's lair.
I do what I must.
Not die from disease. It seems they fought to the death over gaining provision.
Stay sharp.
Whatever. Stop, keep.
See this through.
Access received. Now. Oh. What? Got the sainthood goods. Take. Be buried on the pile of trash. Our bodies obviously gunshot wound. Suffer the walking on spells. Where inflicts 3 additional stacks of burning whenever they stay on burning. Pair of eyes lights up in the middle of the darkness, too big to be human, too intelligent to be an animal. A moment later, the vision vanishes.
Marching ahead.
Okay. Well, this does look like a tunnel.
Onward to victory.
Yeah, boy?
Your execution is assured.
Alright, Pascal. Abelard. Actually, let's get the gunners here. Bella. Bella. My Seneschal. Shall accompany me into battle, Seneschal? Looks like everybody. Alright. Front line will be
Running binaric override.
there. The rear. Back line.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. Running binaric override. Request approved.
Kill the mutant.
Messiah condemns you.
My turn, haha. About to beat the crap out of you. You are sentenced to
I know what
death.
to do. As said, so
Abelard.
done. Easy. said so done.
Ooh!
They won't expect this. Let's set this in motion.
Ho ho ho! Oh, I got one more. Fight him!
Said so done.
Fight him! Oh, and he's on the ground. He is on the ground. Genta? I could do run and gun. Let's put some bounties out there.
I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Fire.
Rejoice in battle!
Lightly walk over there. Fire! Fire! Fire!
You can escape the Emperor's
Oh ho
judgment.
ho ho ho!
Strike is a prayer. I'll do it.
I think that's all she can do. And that's it, Argenta.
Emperor, protect me.
Emperor can't protect you. Oh, they threw toxins? They're using toxins, everybody. Okay, Solomorn. Get over here.
Mark the target.
And then mess him up.
Let's test our skills, Glato. Glato, we're undertaking
Get him, Glato.
this task.
And protect me, Glato. Okay, what's...
Accepted.
Execute him when he's on the ground.
Target eliminated.
Bella. Forces enemies to run away. Okay. Bella, use extinguishing
not
on
fail.
yourself. Come over here. Can you do your dance of death?
As honor ordains.
Dance of death! Dance of death!
Let your soul be purged. As the tenants demand. Trust me.
Oh, yeah. It's a target without. Okay.
The undying Emperor whispers his will. Come, the other side awaits. The blade whispers your name.
Ho ho ho. And she just keeps going. Just keeps going.
Soul be purged, killing.
And keep going.
No pleasure. I shall not
And then
fail.
keep going.
The other side awaits.
And then we keep going. Then we keep
The
going.
shadows will stand. Feel nothing. Fear nothing.
That's it? Okay.
I'm not interested.
Okay, fine. Impact. This dude, your arch enemy. Come over here. Frickin' kick him. That'll
My
probably
place
kill him.
Is at the fore. One fewer target.
Then run up on this fool.
Follow my lead.
And destroy him.
Take care of this one.
I think that's it, Abelard.
Look out! For now. Don't touch me.
You bitch. Pascal. You had one job, Pascal.
I am a savant of destruction.
Thank you, Pascal. Oh, you're back up. How inconvenient for you.
Easy.
Alright.
That is how it's done.
Solomorn, it's up to you.
Hold the formation.
The arbitrator judges.
One of us would be enough.
Get him, Glado. Glado, get him. Again, Glado.
Let's test our
Again!
skills, Galato. Glato, we're undertaking this task.
Bloodied yet still standing.
All right, everyone, gather up. Gather up. All right, what we got here? Teaching the path of Saint Perseus. Our being is steeped in dedication. Shit. Whoops. Pascal?
This Explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Let's seize the moment.
Hello. Imperial Pride. Hell yeah.
Forge ahead. Never linger.
Anything else? Pack of reagent.
Venture forth.
Okay, well, this wasn't really the tunnel. Here's a tunnel. Fine entrance here, but it caved in.
Easy.
The final stretch, Seeker. Remember the second word. die. Remember the place. Cogitator, statue of the founder, all temple. Statue of Footfall's founder. Didn't I was there, wasn't I?
Marching ahead. Stay sharp.
Him. That of this cogitator would be enough to break any tech priest's heart. Seen is leaning slightly to one side, grimy, covered in scrawled drawings with frivolous writing scratched here and there on the key. Several keys are missing. This are realizing design. Pressing the keys, the cogitator performant, but enter the last letter, the second word, suddenly comes to life. Triumphant music pours out of it, followed by a voice, a man's voice, pleasant with somewhat dated pronunciation of Gothic. Greetings. Greetings to you, keen wanderer who found my message, solved my riddle. I, Parsimus Wayne, master of footfall, trailblazer of the expanse, am pleased to welcome visitor to my magnificent palace in the stars. Footfall is my great creation. It was marked beginning of the Imperium's triumphant march into the Cronus expanse. You are here because you managed to discover the message in the almanac of Footfall published on my orders and find the caches I had installed to select sites. You have seen the view from the dome of the great cathedral, the void-piercing arches of Providence Bridge, the stars cold gaze through the windows of the small quay. Thus, step by step, can one experience. Footfall sites are their own reward. However, I have prepared gifts for them. Travel my riddle. Approach my stat. For gift await there. Remember, nothing must. No matter how I date. Granted, may be voice quiet. So you hear click from the statue founder. Some hidden luck has. Focus and each use revel and slaughter. Three. Ooh. They're both for Argenta. Full pride. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Now we go back to the ship.
Let's seize the moment.
Okay. Archetype. Hello, ship. Hundred. 5. Or of the Imperium. Is area attacks with a. I don't have any webbers. Logic. Intelligence. Power. Or of the warp. Targets of target. Oh. Abelard has no lore of the war. Okay. Okay. I don't have enough state. Oh. Bugger's anomaly. No warp jump. Our sensors detected approaching void ships similar to ours in size, but greater tonnage. Vessel didn't respond to our kept its course, approaching us at high speed. Could be one of our ships, so we'll avoid it. The unplanned maneuver was completed without any casualties. Perhaps if Fort Mirage passed us by and made attempts to follow us. Some of the crew were awakened by beautiful mind. So they realized that the source of their bodies. Their teeth were chattering out. Staccato, whatever. Staccato. Their tendons were being plucked like by turning them into. Illusion ended, but a long time afterward, hearts stutter in fear. Orchestra about to strike up once. Miriam has released us from its grip this time. One. Identified ruin. I didn't level you. Okay, Solomorn, we won't need you. Won't need you. I'll take you. You. We'll land, park, and I have to take my dogs for a walk. Plays. All right, I'll be back.
in my pocket, guess they wanna test my luck. Finger on the trigger, I ain't never giving up. Lock up in my pocket, guess they wanna test my luck. Finger on the trigger, I ain't never giving up. Lock up in my pocket, guess they wanna test my luck. Finger on the trigger, I ain't never giving up. Lock up in my pocket, guess they wanna test my luck. Finger on the trigger, I ain't never giving up.
Pressure, put the pressure, put the pressure, pressure, put the pressure, put the pressure, put the pressure, pressure, put the pressure, put the pressure, pressure, put the pressure, put the pressure.
Lock up in my pocket, guess they wanna test my luck. Finger on the trigger, I ain't never giving up. Lock up in my pocket, guess they wanna test my luck. Finger on the trigger, I ain't never giving up.
Got my finger on the pedal, man, I'm ready for the fight. Eyes up on the target, and I'm working in the night. Got my finger on the pedal, man, I'm ready for the fight. Eyes up on the target, and I'm working. Up in my pocket, guess they wanna test my luck. Finger on the trigger, I ain't never giving up. Up in my pocket, guess they wanna test my luck. Finger on the trigger, I ain't never giving up. Up in my pocket, guess they wanna test my luck. Finger on the trigger, I ain't never giving up. Up in my pocket, guess they wanna test my luck. Finger on the trigger, I ain't never giving up. Blacks out, moving like a Moldog. Blacks out, moving like a Moldog. Blacks with the shits, this that old spot. Blacks out, moving like a Moldog. Killer P, throw it back, this that so what? Southwest with the shits, this that old spot. Sound boy in the ground, fuck his old spot. Dirty nasty lingo that be attracting. It's crazy when we roll, yeah we make a roll. If you know, then you know. If you don't, you don't. Keep your disses on loud, never speak 'em low, speak 'em low. Dirty nasty lingo that be attracting. It's crazy when we roll, yeah we make a roll. If you know, then you know. If you don't, you don't. Keep your disses on loud, never speak 'em low. Blacks out, moving like a Moldog. Killer P.
I am back.
Onward to
Alright, let's
victory.
check out this place.
I offer up my thanks to thee, O Messiah, for granting me the ability to serve you as a predator whose prey is knowledge.
Predators? You can hear the growling too. A sound so vile it makes your teeth clench, makes you want to kill. No? Just me. That's not good.
Ruins vaguely resembled the architecture of the Imperium, and yet there is some suitable difference to these structures. Whoa.
Let's see this through.
Demolition.
Duty prevails.
Chances of those being, I bet those are enemies. Where? Cracked Xeno chip. Crystal on the lid is cracked, but suitably.
Venture forth.
An
The
expected
whispers told
result.
me a secret.
Keep your guard up.
Interesting.
Nothing can catch me off guard.
Miss Skull is curled up in a natural side of void suit. Hole burned right through it. Okay. Curious male voice is coming from the old box. This is Captain Trevor Dorath calling the Bulian. Your arse is back to the surfaces. Get me out of here, you shits. It's maybe my suit, but I'm not dead yet. No matter how much you would. Otherwise, a moment later, the tone gets way too strangled, rasping. Hey, can any of you hear me? Respond. I'll pay double. Just don't leave me here, damn it. It was going so well. He even figured out how to open the first sphere thanks to the pattern on the floor. Yeah. Who knew there'd be so much trouble with the second one? I didn't. They didn't either, cowards. The moment that beam was directed back, I was already lying with my guts turned inside out, and they were running off with my goods. Oh, Emperor, you whoreson, why'd you leave me like that? I'm scared. Oh yes. No, I don't want to die. Not alone. You're supposed to watch over all your children? Quiet. Lot, shut it already. Can't even hear myself. The recording is silent for a few moments. All you can hear is the sound of someone pounding the shell of void suit, the recording device. Hold. I wonder if I'll die from lack of oxygen, or will my organs give out earlier? Damned God, the damned Imperium, all will serve the true masters. Human speech gradually degrades in indecipherable mixture of howling and okay.
Actions speak louder than words.
Hand in
Ow.
hand.
Shit, I didn't mean to do that. Sci-tech belongs to ancient Xenos called Provis Monstrosity. Entire planet. Such device. One has carved a straight pattern on the floor as you look behind the fog descent.
Forge ahead. Never linger.
Go strange patterns find real. Vera didn't obey the masters. Vera, the herd. I will obey. Direct the energy beam. What the hell? Oh, I was like, where the fuck did the bird go? What did someone say? Look in the jaws. Ancient force sword. Suffers energy, firepower, or part of that. I know who this is going to. Now did this one... Okay, I think that one's the one to open the chest. This one is what fucked them all up. No, I'm just gonna leave it.
Station.
Turn to void ship. Unknown ships. Two. Wonders of nature. Lone Mountain chain is composed of entirely of mineral and shiny mirror-like surface. Mineral itself has no value of production, but its properties place incredibly beautiful. Sky is brilliant, reflected in the surfaces of the plateaus, oddly shaped rocks, stone arches, and columns. The view is especially stunning on clear, starry nights. The aurora trails dance in the sky. The raptured crew have asked the Lord Captain's remarkable place. Grant shore leave. Shore leave passed without incident, and the ship's officers talked about it for weeks afterward. Even the Xenos early marveled at the rock columns sprinkled with reflected stars. Even deigned to speak to the other officers, telling them this place reminded her of Krudarak, her homeworld. Alright, you're in my space! As soon as you draw close to the unknown ship, it points its loaded cannons directly at you. Several other ships emerge from the shadows of drifting asteroids, tightly encircling you. Captain Xanath La Bouche offers a mocking greeting and a proposition. You can buy your way out of this, but the price must be to her satisfaction. The outrageous suggestion must be to her soul's must be to her soul's satisfaction. Outrageous suggestion sends your crew into a fury. You are in a no-win scenario. You can enter an uneven fight and lose everything, or shamefully pay to sacrificing only your pride. Really? Alright, navigator. Crew is completely unprepared for the jump. Even a carefully planned shift is fraught with consequences, and right now you don't even have time for prayer service. Officers questions settle orders that they have received and set about issuing commands with the Sanctum Navi filled with script, not quick enough to leave the navigator's chambers or to the start of flight. Bright flash, nausea, familiar heaviness, and pirates are now behind you. Can't take them on? I feel like I could have taken them on. Warp pass, instant, heard laughter, blah blah blah. Graham has released us. Captain, Master Helms on the line. I can report that the quest for the capital world of Von Valente Dynasty is finally at an end. Dragonis is straight ahead. We have received countless greetings. Your subjects would like to know when the master will be arriving. Merchant captains taking refuge in orbital docks of Dargonis race to send priceless welcoming gifts, hoping to buy your favor, make an impression with the rogue trader. Tell them I'm coming. It will be done, Lord Captain. After a connection is cut off, device crackles with Heinrich's voice. Lord Captain, I will be pleased to accompany you during your visit to Dargonis, so I can personally introduce Achilles Scalander, servant of the Golden Throne, who previously attended Laura on Dargonis. I am counting on your benevolence. All right. Get 4 Phlogiston. Or Phlogiston good? I don't know. Go to Dargonis. Let's see what this Adeptus Mechanicus. Transport shuttle bearing the markings of Adeptus Mechanicus is approaching the ship. Makos Tarsus, delegation and board our ship. Audience with your lordship. Exactly how they phrased it, he intends not humbly in quest. Many of my tech comrades neglect diplomacy interacting with it is regrettable. What do they want? Honorable servants of the Omnissiah have ignored our request. Arrogance is hardly true. Rather appears to be part of their intimidation tactic. Alright, punish them for their disrespect by letting them dock on the farthest, most dilapidated airlock, so that it takes them an eternity to traverse the ship. A most humane punishment, Lordship. Requesting permission to be present at the audience granted to my tech comrade. Okay, Earliet, you leave. Heinrichs. Zira. Solomorn. I need officials. Well, where are they? Oh, this must be them. Hello. Group of dressed in crimson of the priesthood of Mars walks towards you. Their gazes are fixed on Pascal. Note that the group is not monolithic. Some of its members are more heavily armed and follow a large tech priest clad in battle armor. Others keep a respectful distance and cast inquiring looks at their own leader, whose hunched posture belies his tall frame. Despite the hood hiding his face, you recognize him as Opticon 20, encountered on Footfall. As the enormous tech priest points his hand at Pascal and lets out a booming roar not unlike a factory alarm. Makes your very bones vibrate. A herald servo skulls marked with the emblem of Cog follow and wake. Flare shrilly. Thou shalt not suffer the heretic in thy forge, for rust begets rust. Pascal Hanuman, in the name of the Adeptus Mechanicus, you are under arrest. Whoa. Hold on, Pascal. Wait a minute. The hunched servant of the Omnissiah turns to you. Diplomacy mode engaged. Announcement. The Adeptus Mechanicus offered their apologies or would like to inform you of the necessity of conducting an operation to gain, arrest, terminate faulty unit of the Rogue Trader's territory. Your accusation does not follow protocol. You have no authority on the Rogue Trader's ship. Did not account for Pascal's status as a member of his retinue. Shall I continue? Or is this the inadequacy of your arrest clear enough for you? Fucking tell him, Solomorn. Oh, shit. Well, at least nothing really happened. For your accusation, yep. These statements are true. However, I am prepared to answer my tech comrade's accusation. Further intervention from the unit Solomorn is undesirable for ideological reasons. Study the two priests of Mars. You identify a rare armor, the enormous armor the enormous tech priest is wearing as a executor's plated, mechanized suit. Carries the imprints of many battles and has markings that announce its status as relic. Some of the armor's damage looks fairly severe to the point of endangering its operation. Slivers of flesh revealed under the steel are marked with terrible chemical burns. Every now and then convulsions shake the tech priest's body and painful sounding hiss comes from its vox. The tall tech priest who spoke to you looks more peaceful and makes a point of not drawing his weapon. There is an air of concern about the way that frequently glances over his fellow, scrutinizing his condition. Alright. Who dares arrive on my ship uninvited, asking for trouble? Are you cogs? Conflict of authority detected. Official message. The Adeptus Mechanicus are aware of, respect, recognize your right of ownership of this territory and declare no intent to commit an act of aggression. This is an operation to detain, arrest, terminate a faulty Adeptus Mechanicus unit, the fugitive falsely identifying itself as Pascal Hahnemann. Okay. This heretic, accused of stealing personal identification codes, spreading tech heresy on world of Kiavagama, and making an attempt on the life of a servant of the Omnissiah. The deafening roar from the tech priest Vox makes you grimace in pain. Touch your ear and notice blood on your fingers. The faulty unit will be removed in the name of the Omnissiah. I condemn you. Lightning flashes across the warrior's armor. Agony resounds in a blare on his Vox alarm. In contrast, Pascal speaks quietly and coldly. You are malfunctioning, pet comrade. I deem your logic conclusions questionable. The statement is false. Tech brother Tarsus Hanuman is willingly undergoing holy torment deterioration, which however does not critically affect its cognitive capacity for data analysis. Unit calling itself Pascal Hanuman, we have information that implicates you, having learned that you are a member of the retinue, maintenance specialist in the service of Rogue Trader Von Valencius. We have come here with the goal of meeting you, intercepting you, engaging you in combat. Okay. Does the big fellow have to roar? Yeah, does the big fellow have to roar? Negative. Upon completing the sanctification, brother Tarsus modified his grammatic augmentic algorithms in order never to desecrate, sully, tarnish his mouth Vox cognitive process with flesh speak. Mine is a pure binaric tongue that preserves only what is true and shuns scrap data. Okay, how do you suppose Pascal was involved in the events of Kiavagama? Our data suggests that the unit which used Magos Explorator Hanuman's identification code performed an unauthorized upgrade on the planetary Vox array and introduced data deemed to be scrap code into its operation. Fact points to the unit's criminal complicity with the heretic Cubist Delphin. We killed that guy. Alright, Pascal, you've been quiet. What do you have to say? Firmly, I deny these charges. Never plotted against my tech comrade. My cognitive purity vows were never distorted. My unique identification code was never stolen. I am the true Magus Explorator Hanuman, and I am not guilty. False witness. Okay. I need to see evidence. Like, give up the evidence. Request approved. Ready to work in cooperative mode. Gives you a hotly look and lets out a howl of wrath. Archiving tech by the Tartarus opposes lay participation in investigation, search for the truth. Unit Opticon 22 advises in favor of the House Von Valencia's representative participation request. Alright, I insist on a joint investigation. Arresting a rogue trader's retinue member without any justification stands in breach of the law and my privileges under the warrant of trade. Request for cooperation reviewed and accepted. I request Tech Brother Tartarus consent to the cooperation of representatives of Von Valencia Dynasty in the investigation proceedings. Sacrilegious conspiracy. I refuse help from laypersons. I am a cog of the Deus Mechanicus that grind down corruption, and I will carry out the sentence immediately. Pascal freezes, but green sparks light up in his visor. He extends a hand toward Tartarus and replies in a clanging voice, "Let the cycle be discontinued." Realize Pascal's words are coming from both his Vox and Tartarus. Then every center of the executioner's battle harness lights up at once, blindingly, and wounded armored Leviathan lets out a deafening roar of pain. Attention! Priority notification. Service units of Kappa Thread supply line are unauthorized to confront the rogue trader. Command retreat and reinitiate negotiations.
Challenging me was a mistake.
Really want to do this, Tartarus? Okay. Pascal, you get over here. Me. I'll stay right here. I'll go right here. You go over here. Abelard. Actually, Abelard. Argenta. Heinrichs. I didn't give you your new weapon. Okay. Pascal.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable. Request approved. The order is contrary to dogmatic protocols.
Check the flesh, bitch.
Comprehends all.
That destroys some of my... Okay. I guess not. Solomorn! Running gun?
I'll take it as a priority. The guilty will fall. The order
Fire!
is clear. The Lex is inescapable.
Fire again.
Executed.
Get him, Glado.
One of us would be enough.
Okay.
Let's test our skills, Glato.
Narcissus. Piece of shit. Barry. Okay, he attacked one of it. Okay.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Does weakness also reduce toughness? He has reject the flesh 4. Creature suffers +5. One with the melee range. Aggressive protocol. Okay.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it.
Okay, well,
None can escape the Emperor's judgment. As the Emperor commands, I act. I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
boom.
This is why I was chosen. I'll do it.
High momentum.
Doubt is for the weak.
There we go. Dodge. Heinrichs. Run all the way over here and then just, you know.
I need a foothold.
This won't kill him?
Nothing stands against me. Let's see to it. Naturally. Let's see to it.
Abelard. Just strike him down.
Do my duty. One fewer target. Indeed. Target well struck.
Oh, ho, ho. Got shot. Got shot in your freaking face. Wait. Huh.
At your beck and call.
Sultan and arbitrator?
Okay.
Bad idea.
So that does do exactly what I thought it would. Sorry about that, Solomon.
They won't expect this. Let's set this in motion.
It won't take long. Target eliminated.
Law and order.
The order is clear.
Request approved.
Let's go.
Let the cycle be discontinued.
There we go. Have you been hiding there the whole time? I didn't even know that guy was there.
Moving into position. Glato, we're undertaking this task.
All right, end him, Glato.
One of us would be enough.
Opticon 22, welcome. Requesting a cessation of hostilities. Help your brother. Unit called itself Tarsus Hanuman is dead, has been disabled. Material asset is on restoration or used spare parts. After a pause, Pascal bows his head. A binaric requiem pours out of his box. Despite his misconceptions, he was a servant of the Omnissiah. Sorry you had to kill your comrade. I also regret have a negative assessment of this event. The Adeptus Mechanicus still accused the unit identifying itself as Pascal Hahnemann of criminal theft of a unique identification code. Unlike Tech Brother Tarsus, I am not authorized to immediately execute the unit, but neither am I authorized to drop the inquiry. There is no apostates among us. Piercing voice from his vox sent more overwhelming than Tarsus' thunderous roar. Tech Brother Tarsus and the machine spirit that lived in his battle harness has come to the suffering that beset them. The judgment was rash and erroneous. Now their torment is over. I declare them martyrs and am requisitioning Tarsus Hahnemann's neural augmetic for the purpose of preserving his blessed memory. Astonished tech priest look on. Pascal leans over the slain body, extracts the augment from his skull. Medic skull. Movements are as precise as they are respectful. With each word, Pascal's voice grows more powerful and majestic. You saw the agony of your tech brother Tarsus was in. His unbridled pain spurred faith and intimidated you, yet you were silent. Reverence stopped you from raising your voice to proclaim that the machine spirit from which your mind had merged was morbidly afflicted. The imperative of reverence had paralyzed your will. You watched the tragedy unfold in silence. The sixth universal law states that comprehension, true path to knowledge, yet the procedural cycle has robbed you of comprehension. Therefore, let the cycle be discontinued. There's a clang as the Opticon's 22 knee presses on the floor. Crimson hooded head bowed. Let the cycle be discontinued. Radiant light pouring from Pascal's visor grows dimmer. That creeps back into his voice. Let the cycle be discontinued, tech comrade. I have no idea what's going on with these tech priests. I'll be back though. Alright, I have returned. What just happened? I decided to sustain my words. Excerpt from one of the Blessed Amarnit's sermons. On loss of internal and external function. Verse 4, my analysis deemed it appropriate. Okay. What is the reason for this act of genuflection? It's been a long time since the words of the Messiah of discontinuing were last spoken openly over public communications bans. Respectfully welcome with. So he is not forgotten after all. You know what? I don't care. I presume the conflict has been resolved. Data received provides a basis for calling the fallen tech brother Tarsus hypothesis into question. Out of respect for due to lack of authorization to addict, the followers of the Messiah of discontinuing, we will not proceed with the detainment, arrest, termination. Our Messiah knows all, comprehends all. Thank you, tech brother Opticon 22. Well, now that the conflict has been resolved, you may remain aboard my ship. Request denied. Okay. The Kappa Thread supply line delegation is leaving Dargonis. Like a hair on my tongue. Expresses gratitude for the hospitality ceasefire and proclaims its intent to return to Footfall. To resume performing its regular functions. Okay, he looks at Pascal as if waiting for something. Mechadendrite briefly touches the shoulder of Opticon, who bows respectfully. Alright, collect.
Onward
In the
to
void ship
victory.
bridge. Alright, Dargonis. Von Valencia's palace. Alright. Alright, Heinrichs is staying. It's coming with me. Kinda like this retinue. Abelard stays. Pascal. Heinrichs has to stay. Solomorn, you can stay on the ship, actually. Maybe I should bring Earliette. Get her opinion on stuff. Glory to the great rogue trader. Long live rogue trader. People conspiring. Greeting to your lordship. Greeting to your lordship. Greetings. Greetings. His hand. The Emperor protects. Welcome home, your lordship. A stately woman in a long dress uniform makes a graceful curtsy. Her short graying hair does not obscure her stern feet. Your Clementia, Worsia. Caesarian. Oh, hey. Brother, sister? I am Clementia Worsarian, court counselor, chancellor, of Von Valencia's dynasty. On behalf of all Dargonis, please accept my deepest condolences on the untimely passing of Theodora von Valencius. Her departure is a terrible blow to us all, but as one star expires, another always flares to life. And although still overcome with bitterness and grief, subjects hope you will become the Trade Dynasty's guiding light in these trying times. Clementia. Abelard offers a reserved nod. She nods in return, and the lines of his brow soften ever so slightly. Ilias Galander. Young man quickly brings respirator, burnt face, and bows his head courteously. His raven black hair veils his burns and skull implant. Okay. And his thin metal fingers creak quietly as he offers a welcoming gesture. Ilias Galander, Secretary of the Administratum Department. Hope your journey to Dargonis was not darkened by unwanted troubles. There was a lot of our unwanted troubles, but thank you. The Emperor protected us on our journey through the stars. Makes a sign of the Aquila. May he remain merciful to us till the end of time. Does your lordship wish to survey the ground? Or perhaps we could state your curiosity by answering any questions you might have? Governor Urban Drevistem has been notified of your arrival on Dargonis and will visit the palace shortly. Preparations for the official visit are well in hand, but your lordship still has plenty of time before the meeting. Why isn't here to greet me now? Apologies, your lordship. Governor Drivistem's residence is on the other side of the world, by the Administratum Palace of Dargonis. Sent word as soon as you entered the system, but it takes time to travel the great distance of your domain. A phone call? No one heard of a phone? A Vox? Do you not have direct Voxes? Oh. Oh my god. Logic test succeeded. Chancellor Werson appears unruffled, but you cannot shake the thought that the governor's lateness, the subtle political gesture designed to test the limits of what is acceptable when it comes to interacting with the new rogue trader. Okay. What did you say your last name was? Nods politely. You heard correctly, your lordship. I am of House of Tharian, Lord Abelard's granddaughter and direct descendant. Granddaughter? Holy shit, Abelard, how old are you? Oh, excuse me. Succession of service is an effective good. Grants new generations understanding of their function within the mechanism. Chancellor Wersarian has held her position at the Von Valencius court for many years. She learned Lord Captain Theodora's respect through acts of great perseverance. There's no room for doubt. Blood had nothing to do with it. Okay. The Emperor blesses those who strengthen humanity's domain through their deeds. You have reason to be proud of your progeny. Thank you, Lord Captain. Abelard looks at you in surprise, but then immediately puts on an air of indifference. Thank you, Lord Captain. I would like to rest before the meeting. Where are my chambers? They are very close. Jeez. Just down the hall. That is also where the study and audience chamber are. Helios' face brightens with a curly white smile, restoring some of his former good looks. Yikes. Lady Theodora's study has remained locked since her last departure, but on account of your arrival, we've arranged for it to be tidied up. Ready, it is ready whenever you may need it. Alright, you are all dismissed. Have a good one. I apologize for my bluntness, but I have a request to... Oh, yeah, I get... You know what? I apologize. I should have, seen if you guys needed anything. Like, I did just arrive here. I should have known. And people need me. Is what it is. Perhaps before the meeting takes place, the illustrious Lord Captain could spare a few moments conversation with me. Helios bows his head. I'm certain you will find my report on the state of affairs in the Von Valentius Protectorate most useful. Hey, Bohunk. How you doing? Okay. Oh, whoops. Hello, everybody. How y'all doing? Yes. Aristocrat, shady character. Hello, shady character. Lovely day it is. Presence only makes it better. What? My lord, I don't understand what you mean. Stop playing dumb, you know why I'm here. Oh, my lord, you shouldn't shout like that. You don't know that you don't want the whole palace to know about your taste, dude. I'm standing right here. Here. In this case, is everything... Here in this case is everything I promised. Hope I don't have to check them on the spectrograph. Perfect transparency. My lord, what do you think I am? Have you ever had a problem with our product before? I suppose we're done here. Guards, follow me. I'll be waiting for your next Vox message, my lord. Oh, he's laughing. Why did this one turn? Okay, what do we got? What do we got? Oh. 15 minutes? Staff of Augurs. Ancient cogitator linked to the palace systems network. Okay. That's cool. Jay's talking to some people. Toss a coin. Lightning coin falls in water and glory to the rogue trader. Glory to me. Yes. Woke up. I'm too lazy. Yep. And I don't know. I don't want to hear what they're saying. I don't really care. In fruit-bearing tree, a heart of the hive, testicle site. They probably use a lot more water to tend than average Argonian citizen can help to reach their daily ration. I plan to change that. I will not have people under my domain starve. Oh. Haha. Oh. All right. I guess I will look around. Oh, wait. Nope, 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 nope. I went the wrong way. Glory to me, glory to me. Okay. Okay. Blacklist names each trader that led von Philip back to the day Capital World was founded. Oh, Lord Imperium.
Always striving for greatness.
Standing upon the altar is an image of Saint Macarius. Regal frame covered in marks, the relic claimed in battle on a forgotten world. On this Valencia. Oh. What? Accept. Need to talk to that guy. Okay. Oh ho ho, it's me, your rogue traitor. Von Valencia's palace. Oh, hello. Welcome, your lordship. Let me inform you of the location of dynastic estate. Main throne room is up the stairs and straight ahead. Your subject Achilles Calander informed me that he humbly awaits the opportunity to meet you there. Okay. Your lordship wishes to rest after a long journey. Or up to the stairs on the right. Okay. Throne room. Bedroom. Need anything, whatever your soul desires, I'll be right next to the chambers awaiting your order. Let's go get this goods. What are you doing here? You're supposed to be cleaning up in the two chambers. What? Again? The handles and the handrails and the blue are polished 5 times a day. Might as well send a servitor. Talk back to me one more time and I'll grant you your wish. The cleaning up as a brainless battery-powered tin can. Hey, Peliquin. Greetings, greetings. According to the inscription on the statue, it's a gift from the House of Gaprak to Von Valencia. Get the goods. Greetings. Yes. Cassia. Hey, how you doing here? Goods. Oh. You can just go straight to the void ship. Who's that emo guy? Hey, Pascal. Person. Therian. Alamorn. Wait, hold on. Curiosity. Huh? What's this I hear? Finely dressed man greets you with an incredibly radiant smile. His meticulously polished jaw augmentation reflects a palace interior as sharply as a mirror. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lazarius Carmelin, a collector of curiosities. Perhaps your lordship will find something useful among my offerings. Okay. What kind of curiosities do you sell? Equipment for noble cyber assistance, of course. The demand is modest, as few in the Imperium can afford such luxury, but I'm glad to have found my calling. Judging by his expensive attire, the ostentatious augmentics, Azarius' wealth is unlikely to stem directly from his curiosity business. He came here following his heart, it seems, and not his greed. Alright. I am Rogue Trader, and I seek the rarest curiosities. Do you have anything of that sort? My collection will offer you the biggest and broadest choice in all of the expanse. However, even a devoted enthusiast like myself has his limits. There's a certain captain who owns a unique protocol, a family heirloom, which he has refused to sell to me. His ship is called the Renegade's Fall. Perhaps you can chart a path to his hoarded treasure. I will send you the coordinates of the place where we last met. Alright, let me see what you got. Percent more damage. Gained 1 resolve until critical. So gain plus. Okay. No way I can. I could. Okay. Okay, buy all available. Gonna have to start sorting and putting stuff away. Okay. Slender figure clad in robes made of fabric shutters, violent cough. Pressing a gilded respirator to his face, the man takes several deep breaths. Ilias, it's been many moons. I hope your cousin is feeling well. Ilias covers his burnt lips, trying and failing to suppress a coughing fit. She is in good health. She sends her regards to you as well as her wishes for a swift return. For your swift return. Heinrich frowns. For as long as the stars shine in the sky, my vigil continues. So it does. Achilles thumps himself on the chest with his augmented hand. You're clanging of metal against metal. It was in code. I'm not so foolish as to fail to notice a conversation in code. Your insight deserves credit, Rogue Trader. Then again, I expected nothing less from the Theodora von Valent. I just looked at Achilles. Allow me to introduce Achilles Scalander. Properly. In addition to his duties as Secretary of the Administratum, acts as an agent of the Golden Throne under my aegis. Master Scalander was transferred into my remit by a colleague who engaged in other matters in the Coronis Expanse. Sure, you'll find Achilles' service useful, especially when dealing with humanity foes within the borders of the Protectorate. Greetings, Lord Arbitrator Rohal von Valencia. Allow me once again to express my deepest condolences on the loss of Lady I will do everything I can to track down and destroy all of Conrad Voigtvir's accomplices on the capital world. Do you know anything about what has become of Conrad Voigtvir? Former master of whispers, the heretic and a traitor to the dynasty. Achilles nods grimly. Word of his treason reached Dargonis too late. Conrad came to the planet and left it almost immediately. Once he had sown discord in the minds of the gullible and naive. The worst of the rumors he started was that you were the one responsible for Lady Theodora's sudden demise. Of course, your loyal subjects did their best to skin alive any who showed signs of doubt, but it seems unlikely that the wardens got to everyone who has allowed doubt into their heart and now nurtures it in secret. Jesus. It's like I can read pretty good and then my brain stops working. Alright, you promised me a report on the present state of affairs in the Protectorate. I have already forwarded all official reports to your Seneschal. As for the conversation we're having right now, I wouldn't trust any paper or data slate content. See, Lady Theodora, may the Emperor have mercy on her soul, was perfectly aware of Dargonis' political environment. You have, however, only just arrived on the capital world. I thought it would be best to bring you up to speed. Frankly, the nobles of Dargonis, much like nobles on most worlds, are akin to spiders in a jar, ready to pounce on whoever is the weak or whom seem to be. Gotcha. The nobles of Dargonis are well-respected, rich, and powerful individuals who held Lady Theodora's favor from found ways to rise above the rest by diligently serving the rogue traitor. Every family pursues its own selfish interests. Each one expects that with the transition of power they will retain and even add to their lands and families I would recommend giving attention to are the Drivistems. Can we run into a Drivistem? The Gaprix, the Sourabacks. I should also mention the Bersarians, not a noble house per se, but a family that was part of Lady Theodora's inner circle, to the blue blood's great displeasure. Okay, Drivistems, tell me about them. The Drivistems are the ancient governor house of Dargonis. Predictably, the greater the wealth of Von Valencia's protectorate, the fuller their coffers grow. Reputation is flawless except for one detail. We have evidence of Urban Drivistem's rivals seem to have the misfortune of regularly falling victim to Enos raid. Okay. I find that these attacks are always a little too advantageous for the Drivistems, and we lack solid proof, and it might never surface. Okay. Closer an official is to rogue trader, the braver and safer they feel. I would just like to remind everyone that rubbing shoulders with us as a heresy that can be overlooked only in the case of Von Valent, heir, not his servant. That is true. That is true. I can basically do whatever I want, but the people who work for me, they still gotta do shit. And not do shit. Okay, what's so special about the Gaprix? Gaprax hail from a remote. Oh, I have no idea how to pronounce. Hail from a remote forge world, and among their distant relatives, there are many servants of Omnissiah. Okay. And the house itself is close to the cult of the Adeptus Mechanicus, both in spirit and in. Prax oversaw the industrial shipments within your protectorate until recently. Okay. But okay, ever since the astropathic communication with Yavagama was severed, they've been quite concerned about the security of the planet placed in their care. I've been to Kiavagama already. The planet was tainted by the cult of the Final Dawn. Gilius shakes his head. The grim tidings. Tragedy that the industrial, such tremendous capacity, was brought down by pernicious influence of the archenemy. Perhaps my colleagues can pick up the cultist trail in the cold void. Of course, it would be a small consolation to all of us. Okay, Sourbacks. Religious and hardworking, Sourback own many enterprises, including distillation manufacturers that produce promethium. Okay, they're my promethium guy. Let's note that lately members of Sourback family have been prone to overly liberal statements about Von Valent dynasty. They believe that Lady Theodora was a bit too keen to leave her worlds without proper Okay. My people are allowed to voice their concerns. Like, among, like, everything else I've heard, this isn't that high up on the list. I might have a murderous family that works with Xenos. Okay, tell me about the Worsarians. Worsarians are a line founded by Lady Theodora's seneschals, and as such are nominally considered nobility. At least from the standpoint of the Imperial Navy, which Lord Abelard hails. On Dargonis, however, their position is precarious. Firstly, they never were granted an official title. Okay, well, I could change that. And a process which has been impeded for decades by the old houses of Dargonis. Secondly, the other families do not see more as upstarts clinging to the rogue trader's favor. Tharians are responsible for the capital world fleet and the majority of the cargo ship on domestic. Wait. Okay, so Worsarians, basically the most trusted family in my opinion, do most of the work. Okay, so they do most of the work. The family members directly work for me. Okay. 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 Enough about the nobles. Was there anything else you wanted to report? There was, your lordship, and this time it concerns the main reason for my presence on this planet, Xenos, and the threat they pose both to you and to humanity as a whole. Okay. The last few months have been difficult for the people who report to me. My eyes and ears scattered throughout the Coronis expanse, warp disturbances, astropaths overcome with madness, ships disappearing in the immaterial. Many of my observers and contacts have gone dark or have been killed by some calamity or other. Still, I managed to establish communication with some key individuals who were able to warn me about incoming threats, including Xenos raid. Achilles looks you in the eye without blinking. It is within my power to supply you with intelligence on where and when to strike next. I do not doubt that the Governor Drivistem will beg you for protection against the Xenos. And in this fight, the information from my contacts will teach you, Arbitrator Rohal. If I ever report a threat looming over a ship or a planet, not dismiss. Sometimes it takes an intervention from the rogue trader and a mighty void ship to avert a disaster. Okay. And speaking of you reporting to me, how about you tell me what your responsibilities are? Officially, I'm a secretary at the World's Administratum Department. That's officially, I'm afraid I can't disclose that even to you. If he can't disclose it to me, then he's fuzzing it on the fucking Inquisition. In short, I collect and investigate reports of heresy taking root on upstanding planets of the humanity. Above all else, I am concerned about the Xenos threat that hangs over the entire Coronis expanse, including your protectorate. Sadly, my mission was complicated by the recent warp disturbance. I'm still trying to re-establish contact with many of my agents. Okay. These Xenos, tell me about them. The residents of the local systems are no strangers to skirmishes with enemies of humanity. But recently, the loathsome beasts, seem to have completely blown off the handle. We're receiving reports from ships that made it through the warp to Dargonis. Both they and the colonies that they departed from are being attacked. We have identified the breed of Xenos that pose this threat, the Drukhari. Okay, humanity's ancient and insidious foes. Be vigilant on your travels. Xenos will undoubtedly attack a rogue ship. Should we find the circuit? Yep. Unfortunately, in the host of humanity, there are those who are trouble before our enemies and valuable reward. May be interested to know that we are on the trail of such heretics. Glances at his data slate. Overwhelming evidence indicates that a void state, Langren's belt, used to faced by and pirates are not above dealing with Xenos. I was unable to persuade the Chancellor of the need to dispatch a ship there, but perhaps you would like to pay a courtesy call scoundrels yourself. Okay. What about the Cult of the Final Dawn? My knowledge is deplorably limited. All my attention has been focused on tracking Xenos activity. Certain that Master Von Calyx can tell you much more about the heretics. Okay, about your unofficial work. Yes. All right. Whom do you truly serve? The Inquisition or me? I know we're like on the same side and everything, but I need to know your loyalties. Glances at Heinrichs. Whom does the rogue trader serve? The Golden Throne? The Protectorate? Could it be that one stems from the other? And if so, is there any sense in discussing it? Fair. Fair point. I like that answer. It was also a clear answer to me. The Inquisition. He serves the Inquisition. I want a list of all your agents and means to contact them. I can understand your desire as a rogue trader to have everything under control, and yet I am not at liberty to make use of classified information related to... Okay. There's no point in pressing my agents. Them would reveal such vital information, especially not in my presence. Okay. I have learned all I wanted to. He's deeply loyal to the Inquisition. I have other questions to ask. What? Tell me your story. Tell me about that. About 5 years ago, there was an accident. Several tanks of promethium exploded in the storehouse at my estate, and I was buried alive under the rubble. The Emperor preserved my soul, and the skilled physicians of Dargonis saved my body. Except for my lungs, with which I had to part. I presumed that the incident was an attempt on my life, but the identity of whoever was behind it remains a mystery. Okay. It was a pleasure meeting you. Must take my leave. According to the message I received minutes ago, Governor Drivistum has arrived at court. I imagine that the Chancellor has already prepared to arrange the meeting. All that's left is to notify her that you are ready to see Urbend. Oh. What? Oh, here it is. Ooh. Secrets. Breeze catcher boot. Moves through a cell occupied by an enemy that wears dodge against attack until. Pretty cool. A leather cover covers names of philosophers, geologists, finds of books trimmed with gold. Ooh. And what do we have here? Faint mark on the polished metal piece, likely left by a glass. Oh, someone left a glass up here. Great. Hey, Magnum. Ooh, goods. Electrified shard net. Athena artifacts. Okay. Oh. What do we have here? Remains of a plaque can be seen on a frame. Alas, the inscription is complete in Athena. Agitator is producing rhythmic sounds, among which faint ring. Big piece of furniture. It's obviously well cared for, but the surfaces is still covered with scuff, scratches, and stains, traces of previous rogue traders who sat at the table. Holy shit. Multi-melta. Thank you. Anything else here? Open this door. All right. Any traps? Bed of the head of a Trader Dynasty. That you. It's just a wall? That has to be like a secret entrance or something. Oh. Look at my kingdom. My beautiful kingdom. All right. Guess I'll tell Chancellor Wersarian that I am ready. Chancellor Wersarian. Your Lordship bows her head politely. For a Chancellor to the Rogue Trader, she dressed rather simply. Parade doublet, polished boots, and comfortable cloak. Bears a saber and a gilded scabbard. Whether for show or protection, one could not say. Only her ring with Wersarian coat of arms indicates that she is a highest social stratum. Governor is waiting for on the periphery of palace. Please let me know when you would like to see it. Ah. Mentia is different from most nobles, not just in the way she's dressed, but in her bearing too. Although, judging by the scars visible on her skin, at least some part of her education took place on a battlefield rather than confined. What are your responsibilities as Chancellor? Put it simply, I'm a trade representative. All freeze deals, official communication meetings are first reviewed by me, forwarded to you down the hierarchy. My purview also includes overseeing your lordship's property, the palace, the estates, the many gardens, and other demences. Immense Demesnes? Mesnes? Whatever. On Dargonis, that you have inherited from Lady Theodora. And whenever you are present on Dargonis, consider me your personal secretary. Okay. What can you tell me about Dargonis? All deals are and important decisions are made here in the capital. Many years ago, an ancestor of Lady Theodora signed an agreement with Adeptus Infiltratum that allowed for efficient management of the world and the neighboring system. In accordance with the decree, and share of the planet's population was assigned Administratum, converted into servitor scribes. Now they toil across the entire world. Dargonis is also the seat of several noble families who run major planets in the Protectorate. If I may express my not so humble opinion, they care very little about who exactly stands at the helm. Those piranhas think about their own profits just as much as they do about the prosperity of the Protectorate itself, if not more. And lastly, Dargonis has its own fleet, a luxury unavailable to the vast majority of other worlds in your realm. In addition to warships, the Protectorate also employs privateer ships to transport cargo between. All right. Tell me about Governor Drivistem. Urban Drivistem is a well-respected man, and not just on Dargonis, but throughout the Protectorate. For many centuries, house and logistics between Von Valenti systems, Drivistem's after years of order and prosperity. For Dargonis. What's more, Lady Theodora personally insisted that Lord Urban specifically be made the next governor. Really? The way you speak of Drivistem, I hear a hint of either contempt or resentment. No, I don't believe I feel either. Clementia's steely eyes stare distance, her jaw clenching visibly, cheeks in light but clipped manner, clearly flustered by your insight. We have different views on how to run a world. Sometimes have discussions over the laws and over the laws that are enacted. But we both work for the good of Von Valentia's Protectorate. That much can be said without a doubt. Alright, thank you for your report, Chancellor. Tell them I am ready to see the governor. I shall arrange for him to be escorted to your study. Governor Urban Drivistem. Arbitrator Rohal von Valentius, 20th in his line, rogue trader, keeper of sacred warrant, and ruler of the Coronis Expanse, from the Chronox system to the 100 Dreams Crossroads. I bid you welcome. Isn't this the guy getting drugs? Urban Drivistem, governor of the great world. First and foremost, please accept my deepest condolences. It would be difficult to recover from the loss of a woman as great as Theodora von Valenti. It pains me to think that she is no longer with us. Citizens of Dargonus and of the entire Protectorate, keep alongside you. Please allow us to declare half a year of mourning so that we can honor the memory of our beloved lady. The governor glances at Cabela anxiously. Cabela, what are you doing here? Anxiously, then immediately averts his gaze. He looks at her again, but when Cabela lets out a grim chuckle, he and stretches her lips. Stretches her lips, daubed fresh blood into the petrifying grin. The governor turns away from her sharply, all but squealing in fear. Half a year of mourning so that we honor the beloved. Yeah, I'll cheer up, Abelard. Theodore von Valentius deserves more than that. You will declare a full year of mourning. Actually, no, that sounds depressing. There is no need. I am the new ruler of the Protectorate. Let my subjects read. Yeah, that one. The bewilderment causes the wrinkles on Drivistem's glossy face to soften. Your lordship, these are centuries-old traditions, sacred customs, and rules. Do not forget it is who it is you serve, Urban Drivistem. If it is the rogue trader's wish to have a mourning ceremony, Abelard's voice grates unpleasantly. Then so be it. Perhaps a parvenu installed by Lady Theodora cares not for sacred traditions for our founding ancestor, but Arbitrator Rohal von Valentius is a descendant of the true children of Dargonus. It behooves the rulers of a rule honored the customs. Okay, he just wants me. Cut. I do honor traditions, Governor. Later, when things in the Protectorate settle down, we will declare a mourning period. As you will, your lordship. Drivistem bows his head. Esteemed Arbitrator Rohal, Lady Theodora was a strong leader, and we ought to follow her example. Let us lean on our wisdom and preserve in spite of this tragedy. Persevere in spite of this tragedy. Together, let us carry on where she no longer can by leading the von Valentius Protectorate to an even greater prosperity. Alas, it won't be an easy task accomplished. Some time ago, the astropaths of Dargonus flew into a rage, and they had to be subdued. We are gradually restoring our ability to speak neighboring worlds, but contexts are still weak and roots are tangled and no longer lead to the captain's expect them to. Given the vast majority of ships in the Dargonis Navy travel without relying on the services of navigators, without your engagement, the well-being of the Von Valenti dynasty and billions of your subjects presently at risk. Um. Okay, well, we met a ship from Dargonis not too long ago. Crew was transporting a strange artifact and went mad during flight. This is truly regrettable. Regrettable bit of news. What's more, leaving Dargonis has been forbidden for several cycles now. Seems the Varian family once again failed in their primary responsibilities. He shoots Abelard a condescending look. We will investigate this at once, as well as the fact that the ship had to acquire a permit with the Administratum seal. Does your nephew still serve the Administratum Palace? Governor presses a number of buttons on his cogitator built into his bracer and looks up at you in surprise. I don't understand. The ship did indeed depart from orbit, but it did so, can believe it, on the rogue trader's authorization? What? That's why no one dared to impede its departure. Lord Captain, it would seem Conrad got his hands on a copy of your authorization, or perhaps even the original. Tool like that in the hands of a traitor does not bode well. Conrad Voigtfear, former Master of Whispers, is a heretic and a traitor. Has he shown his face on Dargonis? Lloyd Voigtfear visited the capital some time ago, but he requested a personal meeting. Heretic, you say? Now I see where all the whispering orders has come from. I shall be frank with you, your lordship. Lady Theodora's sudden death was a blow to every one of us. An oh, geez, hold on. In the absence of any sort of verifiable and complete information about her successor gives grounds for all manner of misinterpretations, especially if someone is deliberately hiding unrest and discontent. Naturally, none would dare challenge you by accusing you of something as sacrilegious as murdering a rogue traitor. However, Conrad Voigtfear was once a true boon to the Protectorate back in the day, and as such, some might heed his words. My subject's doubts are understandable. Too many things have changed in too short a span. I will prove myself worthy of my position. By Arbitrator Rohal, your desire is most commendable. Please do not forget, rulers should never bow to their attendants, or some might see it as a show of weakness. Then they could come at me. What exactly do the Dargonis nobility expect from me in light? Lost roots, patient with the worlds? We are all troubled by the fate of the agri-world Janus. that supply Dargonis and planet's foodstuffs. Empty stomachs can drive even rebel to revolt. Furthermore, House Gaprak is perturbed by the loss of communication with the industrial Gamma, which is in their charge. But if you wish to know my opinion, the world that deserves your penal world, Babos 6, one of the key mining suppliers in your protectorate. Commerce succeeded. Oh, such intriguing concern for the Vabos 6 outpost. Doesn't your house happen to own the extraction there? Servisim's beady eyes widen in fear. Your lordship, I beg of you, do not interpret my words as an attempt to influence your decisions in any way. You see, without Vabos 6, the manufactorums on your worlds will need to make haste to find new suppliers elsewhere and arrange for new shipments. And in these troubling times, they run the risk of delays and other most tragic mishaps. My only concern is for the prosperity of the Von Valancius dynasty. Yeah. I have already been to Kiavagama. The industrial world was by a cult of chaos worshippers. Pauses, mulling over the gravity of your words. Such woeful tidings, your lordship. I assume the House Kaprak is in for an official investigation. If I may remind you, they have particularly close ties to Adeptus Mechanicus, serve as patrons of Kiavagama. Not to speak in defense of criminals, your lordship, but from where I stand, the outbreak of Yankiava hardly have been perpetrated by a noble family that stands to the majority of their wealth should the industrial world fall. Well, that's the thing about chaos. Kind of gives you like this thing like, oh, I could have power over wealth. It's too early to draw any conclusions. We will wait for the results of the investigation. Most reasonable, lordship. But what of the industrial world? Are we to expect trade to recommence? The production facilities on Kiavagama will serve humanity once more, rest assured. House Gaprak will be joyed to hear it. Thank you for dispelling the darkness around the fate of Kiavagama. And I've been to Janice. Governor Viat found herself facing a number of problems in my absence. Truly, the Viat line is one of the oldest in Von Valent. If an inheritor of such well-respected blood could not handle whatever had befallen her, then the situation must have been extraordinary indeed. I feel like what I say could have effects further on. Vicenza succumbed to worshiping the ruinous powers and was executed. There was some pales in terror. Clear from the unseemly grimace on its aristocratic continents, that his fear is not feigned. Ruinous powers. Truly horrifying news. I commend your resolve and unwavering severity. Death to the enemies of humanity. That does it for planets and trade routes. What else? Xenos, your lordship. I don't rightly know where to begin. He rubs the bridge of his... Otherworldly beasts are not an uncommon sight in the Cronus expanse. They have been worlds this side of the Maw for decades, but now those abominations are on the rampage. They show no signs of as they attack ships, either damaging them to the point where they become unfit for transport duty or outright gutting them. Only you have the power to stop this madness. Where we are in the process of astropathic choir, Dargonis. Luckily, we were forced to slay only some of the deranged psychers, although those that remain are as yet unable to transmit messages. I hope Master Scalander will word and offer you his support in the war against Xenos. According to his reports, the region of Vabos 6 has been of particular concern in the last few cycles, which is all the more reason to discover the colony's fate as soon as possible. Okay. Now to issues on smaller scale. There is a certain degree of tension in the capital due to unorthodox secession to the secret warrant. Chances of uprisings are minimal, of course, and the spreading of rumors is nothing but a sign of weakness of mind and spirit. Nonetheless, I have prepared a list of minor houses that have demonstrated unseemly discomposure at your succession. What is to be done about them? Let's see. Command the spinners of the blood-spun web and set a fine snare of retribution to Damen Rohal. We will whisper names, and the whisper will drown out. Arrangements for public purges? No. Okay. So I can let them talk. I can eliminate the most prominent malcontents quietly, not their entire family. Or I can send the disgruntled nobles lavish gifts on my behalf. Make sure that my generosity does not go unnoticed by the rest. Okay. Yeah, this will buy them off. An elegant solution, your lordship. Other families will assume that your relationship with deviant houses are more complicated than one might think. Agitators will receive the message that they are being watched. And one last thing, your lordship. Your inauguration as bearer of the sacred warrant is but a matter of time. I would like to inquire about one crucial detail. I imagine you are intending to uphold centuries-old tradition, bolstered by an equally long-lasting friendship of being represented on Argonis by one of the noble houses. I presume that, as before, this duty will be accorded to House Grivistem. One moment, which houses can represent me at the ceremony? Any of the noble houses located on Dargonis, Grivistem family, which I lead, the Gaprek family with long ties to the Adeptus Mechanicus, Sauerbachs, known for their piety and diligence in service. Perhaps I should also mention the Versarians, who have some influence, but who are not actually of origin. Any one of these houses would be honored to represent you at this. Huh. Well, your presumption is wrong. I bestow this honor upon the Versarians. Abelard turns to you and bows respectfully. Lord Captain, to accompany you at such a critical hour is the greatest honor for the Versarian bloodline. Have no fear, we will not fail you. Grivistem tosses Abelard a look that lacks even the smallest shred of respect. Forgive my boldness, but I must remind you that the Versarians, whose lineage traces back to a Navy officer, are not of Dargonis nobility. Such decisions may have adverse effects on your subjects' loyalty, your lordship. Grivistem's face breaks into a bitter smile. I shall immediately relay your commands, most gracious rogue trader. Thank you for your time. Okay. Okay, I would like to complete the inauguration as Rogue Trader as soon as possible. When do we get this going? When's the ceremony? When's party time? I'm afraid that until you deal with pressing issues, the ceremony will have to be postponed. Many trade routes are still unavailable. The central worlds of Von Valente Protectorate going through a crisis, and the warp disturbances. Void observers are to be believed. Will prevent important guests from capital. Okay. Tell me about yourself. It would be my pleasure to enlighten you. My house is the oldest and most respected on Dargonis. My ancestors walked side by side with yours for many generations, cared for the world's welfare. Our duty is to supervise the governing bodies within subservient to you, and we are responsible for the protectorate's logistics and economic stability. Personally, I am a humble servant of the Emperor and a loyal subject of the Rogue Trader. And to my great pleasure, I had the honor of calling myself Lady Theodora's close friend. At Urban's last words, Abelard lets out a sound that could be interpreted as either a snort or a cough. Urban gives him a look which Abelard meets with an expression of utter nonchalance. That'll be all, I take it? Thank you for your time, your lordship. Since duty calls, I should take my leave. May the Emperor's grace be with you. Oh my god, Magnum. What a fucking tool, right? Couple stalls. I think that's it. Okay. Oh, might have a ship just over here. Right. Void ship. Mundus Valencia. Mundus Valencius. Terrible news from Dargonis, Lord Captain. Subsidiary Hive City. Scipion 84-249 has spread in a series of cascading failures. Production has halted and millions of people have broken their vows of obedience and are fleeing. Many of them are perishing in the wasteland, overloading the transport lines leading to neighboring hives. The surrounding residential sectors are becoming agitated by the flux of. What is your directive regarding the distribution of refugees? We have plenty of provisions. All right. Establish labor settlements in the ruins of Scipione. Scipione. And relocate the refugees there. Have much work ahead of them to restore their former home. A very fair decision, Lord Captain. Only reward gained, mechanism, weapon. Time passed 2 hours, 24 minutes. Large labor settlements were set up around the city. Refugees from the wastelands and hives have been rounded up. The harsh wasteland scorched with the industrial, with only bare modicum food and clean water. The settlement residents begun arduous and dangerous task of rebuilding their fallen home. Omnissiah's anger. Now I'm getting a lot of contracts. Okay. New Hive City will be established on top of the roof. Lose all that, but I'll gain profit factor. Palace Ecstasiums will be constructed on top of the ruins. Oh. The dead and dying will fertilize the garden's pleasure chamber. I will ring these. Oh. For the nobility? Thorium. Surviving spine of Scipione. Will be rebuilt into a space elevator. Will be capped by an emporium. excepting those ships that are too heavy to land on the surface. Well, I did promise this one. Promise restoration of the city. Look at all this. I get anti mechanism, Bastille. Don't lose anything. Jewelry, ship components, profit factor, efficiency. Honestly, these are whatever. Honestly, these are whatever too. Just be. I got a shit ton of both of these. Profit factor. Profit factor P. I have plenty of plasteel. Alright, I promise a restoration of the city. It will get it. Okay, I think that's been long enough. Save it here. Save. Thank you all for watching. If you're watching on Twitch, follow to see more and subscribe to support the channel. Hey, Poppy. And if you're on YouTube, subscribe to see more. Press like if you liked it. Watch out, baby. And bye. And yeah, comment down below what you thought. Yeah. Thank you all so much. Let's see. Really? Just a lava world? See who we can raid. Check out this planet real quick. Scan. Cool, great. Awesome. Phlogiston. How did this world look? Fiery shroud. Was it your ancestors, talk, who distorted the core in some considered act? This one? Place? Alright. Let us see who we raid. If any of my friends are on. Okay, well. Let's see if he's even there. Okay, he's there, he's playing. So we're gonna raid Cryptic. Thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed. See you tomorrow. Love, peace, and chicken grease.